you very closely as we go on. So this one building up to the north and east at about 25 miles per hour or so. We'll have it set to 30, so we may have to subtract a couple of minutes at this point. Near Compantine at 240, that's where the threat will be. 252 as we look at Packwood, Richland at 304, Rubio at 312, and Harper by 318. So this does eventually move out of Wapello County and up into Keokuk County as well, down on the southeastern edge of the Local 5 area. Let's go ahead and check out the scenario here as it pertains to the velocity. So what we're looking at here is the green running towards the radar site towards Des Moines, and the red is running away. So this is going to be on the southeastern side of town, with the area of rotation being noted. And looking at this threat north and east, this one blossoming up quickly. We do have other storms of interest that we are going to be watching very closely with time here. As we continue on. This is kind of in an area where we don't have any storm chasers currently at the moment, but this is crossing Highway 34 just on the southeastern side of town. Lock Burns and pushing off to the north and east towards Bladensburg and Compantine as well. So this is that area of interest right now. This tornado warning going until 3 o'clock, I believe. The details on this one. Perhaps there's some small hail tucked away in this. This is a mini supercell with a lot of mid-level rotation at the moment. But there's also more storms out there that I've been keeping a close track on. There's a couple between Indianola and Winterset. We're going to be watching some areas as well off into this area. There has been some weak and broad rotation at this point, but nothing to get too crazy about. Also, some weaker rotation has been noted with a mini supercell over towards the Greenfield area as well, but nothing tornado warned at this point. This is purely down towards Ottumwa right now, and this one we're going to have to watch very closely as it's kind of in its own little isolated area. And typically when these thunderstorms are isolated, we'll have a better chance to see them grow up and be stronger with time. So watching things closely. This is radar indicated at this point from the National Weather Service. We do have that strong rotation. It's a bit more broad at the moment, but something that is most definitely out there at this point. So I'm just looking at a couple of things off the machine here real quick, just seeing if there's any additional reports or information coming in from the National Weather Service, tracking some of our storm chaser feeds at the moment as well, but I believe they're both on the cells just to the south of the Des Moines Metro. Let me show you the shear tracks coming in here. This will take a second to load in, but this will help pinpoint really that area that I'm watching when it comes to the threat of the rotation. So we're looking at the strong warm wind building in on this one as it pushes to the north and east, and being isolated, this is going to be in a more favorable area to watch for. Actually, nothing showing up here in this regard. Let me go back to the velocity picture and see if we can pinpoint this again. So the green is running in to the north and west, and the red is running away to the south and east. So we have this circulation basically between Ottumwa and Agency, moving north and east at about 25 miles per hour. So again, northeastern portion of Wapello County until 3 o'clock. If you're within the red bounds here, also you need to be seeking shelter for a possible tornado. Best place to be is going to be low level, most interior room of your dwelling. Preferably that's going to be in a basement, under something, maybe like a staircase, a small room. This is radar indicated. But we are seeing some stronger rotation being noted with this storm as this tornado warning continues until 3 o'clock. Let me go back to the velocity picture. I'm going to back this up here so we can see how this one has evolved and see if there's any takeaways I can get here from the radar picture. So it was really nothing there just past 2 o'clock, and it's been building up. We're going to scan about every 5 minutes or so. Right here is when we saw the concern, and just south of town. And this is the area right near that Highway 63 shield. When you start to see these brighter colors right next to each other in opposing directions, that's going to be the concern. Does broaden out ever so slightly there, and we're awaiting that next scan to come in. It should be coming in any moment at the moment. Just above me, you can get a sense at the tornado watch in yellow and that severe thunderstorm watch in pink that exists further to the north. Also, we're going to be cycling through the radar above my head as well at any point. You can have that interactive radar by downloading our We Are Iowa mobile app, and you can check in on any location you want. You'll have that capability right at your fingertips as we continue on. So there's another cluster of storms closer to the Des Moines Metro at this stage, and we're going to be monitoring that one as well. Now, typically, this is not quite as favorable given the setup that I'm seeing at the moment with this one. So let me explain what I'm talking about as we wait for the next scans down into Wapello County. There is an outflow boundary coming into view, and I'll go ahead and show this on the radar. And typically this helps isolate those cells from that surface feed that's building up into it. I am watching some of the chaser feeds on this, and I will bring them up if needed. They do show every now and again a slight bit of lowering, but it hasn't been too organized on any of this. I'll show you the velocity signal here real quick, and actually I just saw a newly issued tornado warning, so let's go ahead and check it out as we look up towards the Newton area. This is going to be for Jasper County and Marshall County. This is going to last until 3:15. So near I-80. In the booth, can you maybe look at some of the 511 cams along I-80 in the Newton vicinity and let me know what you see if we need to take those for me. So this storm is moving to the north and east, and doing this just so I can catch my bearings. This one's a little bit slower, only about 15 miles per hour. So we'll go ahead and put a track on this one before we check out the velocity signal. The threat would be passing just north of I-80 and west of Newton. So that would pull it into Newton by about 2:39, and that's the only community being indicated here. But we'd be watching along Highway 14, and eventually as this one continues on, it'd be targeting places like Gilman and Laurel, just a sliver of southern Marshall County at this point. So this is primarily a Jasper County tornado warning. If you are in the red area, seek shelter for a possible tornado in there. Let's go to that velocity signal. This is actually fairly weak at this level, but I'm being told that the rotation is a bit higher. So let me pull up some of that higher elevation scan here and see if we can see it. There it is. So there's the rotation here at about 1.5 degree tilt. So this is a little bit higher up than what is, I would say, the standard view that I normally give you with the velocity. So what we're looking at here is the green going towards the Des Moines radar and the red is going away. So that's the area of circulation I'm concerned with, just to the south and east of Newton, and it is heading right for you. So Newton, please continue to be in your safe place as we continue on. We're going to watch that for you very closely. Let's deviate back down to Wapello County. We do still have this tornado warning as well, lasting until 3 o'clock. Pardon me while I pull up another storm chaser feed here, and I want to watch that one because he is actually on this Wapello County storm. So I'm working to get that up here, and I'll monitor it, and if we see some significant lowerings, we'll bring that up for you right here. We're tracking things live in the field for you to help keep you safe and let you know what's happening out there real time. That's going to take a second to pull up, and I'll glance back at this one. We do have a distinct lowering with this. So I'm going to work and get that one pulled up on screen here. Give me 1 second. And we'll go ahead and pull this one up. So this tornado warning is moving north and east of Ottumwa until 3 o'clock. We want to continue to track this one for you as well. As this one moves closer to Compantine, let's check out that latest velocity signal there. There is still some stronger rotation being noted. All right, so working to get this up. I'll pull it up here with you right now. Okay, so this we are tracking on air. This is going to be Ryan Scholl is out chasing for us in Wapello County, and I did see that lowering. So we'll come back to this when I see it again on the stream, but it looked like there was a distinct lowering with the cell as this one moves to the north and to the east. So tracking this one, no doubt, with you very closely as we continue on this cell towards Ottumwa. There, I think we're starting to see that area of interest come into view, maybe behind the trees. So we're going to watch this one. Going back to my radar picture, you can see the velocity signal showing it very strong over the northeastern portion of Wapello County. So two distinct tornado warnings right now in place, and while the area of rotation isn't the strongest down low southwest of Newton, we do have that distinct hook echo here, and it's rotating a bit stronger higher up. So this one's incoming into Newton. I want to emphasize Newton, while this is radar indicated, it can spin something up very quickly, and we'll want to make sure that we keep a close track on this one for you as we continue on. All right, I'm going to go back down into Wapello County. We're watching Ryan's feed here as he works to get in a prime position. I did see a distinct lowering with this one on his feed while I was working to get this up. Unfortunately, we're at the mercy of the roads, right, and the trees and terrain that are going through there. This tornado warning goes through 3 o'clock in northeastern Wapello County. All right, we're getting that camera change directions here and looking off into the distance, that area. All right, so what we're watching, and I'll try to point this out as best as possible with my mouse. If you look closely, this is the lowering just above the skyline that we're watching. So that's the look outside. I don't believe anything is on the ground. There was a wall cloud, at least at one point. Perhaps it's still there, but kind of obscured by the terrain at this point. I'm going to be monitoring this for you closely, though, and we'll get back to this feed as we continue on. So driving back onto the radar, there we have it, northeastern Wapello County with that tornado warning. This Jasper County warning is until 3:15. Well-pronounced hook on this one. Pardon me, I got the wrong tool there. Well-pronounced hook just kind of sliding over the Newton area just to the west of I-80, I should say. That's what we're watching as moving to the north and east. All right. Sure. You want to pull that up in the booth for me? You can go ahead and take that full if you want to take a look. We're going to check out 511 camera for you here coming in from the Newton area that we'll have a look outside, and we'll analyze that together. We do have a little bit of a lowering there. It looks like if you look under the banner near the top. So that's what we're going to be watching. I believe this is looking to the south and west at this point. Yeah, the west banner. So we're looking off to the south and west. There is a little bit of a lowering there as you look underneath I-80 there on the banner. So we're tracking that for you very closely. I don't see any funnels, but of course the concern is going to be that rotation up overhead. So watching that there, and we'll keep a close tab on it. Let's go back to my feed. Yeah, we'll check out that hook that is just passing over or just south of the I-80 area. Checking out the velocity signal again at the surface. It's not the most robust. Well, it actually has changed that with the last scan. So we are starting to see some surface-based rotation. I'm going to go back to that Ottumwa cell because I believe I just saw a funnel right behind the trees. Coming out from behind the trees there, you see that little bit of an appendage. That's out of the wall cloud down near Ottumwa. So that little appendage that you see right here, that was a little bit more pronounced just about 30 seconds ago. But this is what we're watching, some of the lowerings coming in here. Looks like we have this section of the cloud lowering out. And we are at a pretty big distance, so perhaps it had that funnel shape, but it's too far away for us to get a vantage point of whether or not this is rotating. But it does look like if it was a funnel, it's now kind of popped back up. So we'll continue to watch that. That tornado warning persists, but eyes, yeah, it looks like it may be trying to form there out of that. I'm going to pass this along to the National Weather Service. Okay, so we're always watching things for you, and I want to get that critical information passed to the National Weather Service with this. Yeah, we'll see if it continues to try to spit something back down a little bit stronger. So here's that cell of interest here to the south and east. Excuse me, the north and east portion of Wapello County. So Compantine, if you are in the Compantine area, the northeastern section of Wapello County, seek shelter. Ottumwa, you are clear. You can come out of your safe places. DeLonga, you can come out of your safe place as well. Bladensburg, go ahead and continue to hold at this point. So this is the cell that we've been watching some of the lowering come in with it. And unclear if there's anything significant up closer to Newton. I'm just going to check in on that latest data right now. And in the booth, keep tabs of that 511 camera for me and let me know if there's anything significant there. All right, so there's the wall cloud straight ahead as we look at this cell in northeastern Wapello County. Ryan Scholl is out chasing for us today down into the southeastern portion of the state. That's the lowering that we're watching of interest. I'm going to jump up over to Newton because there is some stronger return showing up on radar right next to each other. Right next to each other, rotational component of about 69 miles per hour. So that's definitely something of interest. The newest scan maybe shows just a touch broader, but in Newton, you need to be seeking shelter at this point. We have that rotation noted and incoming into town right now. So let's check out the radar scene. This is Highway 14 north, basically right at I-80, heading into Newton. You see the Hook Echo. This is that classic appearance here. And we'll just, since I don't have any live eyeballs on this, I'm going to pop the CC up just to see if there's anything kind of piquing our interest, and there is not at this point. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and pull it up here. We're going to look at Highway 161, I believe, east of Newton. Is that what we said? Sorry, I-80 and heading to the east. All right, let's go ahead and take that feed up and we'll get a look. Yeah, look at that lowering right there. Okay, so you see it. That is significant. I don't see a funnel down to the ground, but that would be the area of interest we're watching for a funnel to drop out. Thank you so much for joining us here for our coverage. Our emphasis is to keep people safe. If you do have a picture report, we only want to see that in a safe manner. But if you do have something you'd like to share with us, you can actually text it to 515-457-1026. We'll bring that banner up on the bottom of the screen you see there. If you have something you'd like to share with us, just drop it right there, and it will come directly into us. So we'll be watching that for you very closely. We're also streaming online, Facebook Live. You can catch that at Local 5 or Chris Kubal Meteorologist, and I will see your comments there, and I'll be checking those periodically if you have some information to pass along with us. But yeah, you can go ahead and text those reports to us at that number that you saw there on your screen. Looking at that video, that is a gnarly looking lowering. I-80 from mile marker 161. This is looking back to the east towards Newton, and we're going to continue to watch that. I don't see any funnels down to the ground at this point. Also nothing down towards Ottumwa as well, as I'm continuing to watch Ryan's feed down into Ottumwa. Nothing lowering at this point, but I do believe we've seen a weak funnel with that cell as well. So that tornado warning lasts until 3 o'clock, another 20 minutes. It's actually been extended now until 3:30 for southeastern Keokuk County. Now, it does also include Jefferson and Washington, but those are outside of the Local 5 domain that we must cover for you. So we'll continue to watch that as it moves up into Keokuk County from southeastern Wapello. Why don't we just go ahead and check back in on that lowering. There's nothing popping to the ground at this point off that. Certainly some rain in there. Looks to be low precipitation, so we got a good vantage point to see the underside of this cell as it moves through. So no lowerings at this point, but tornado warned storm. It doesn't take long, folks. If you ever watch some of these feeds, you can see a tornado form as little as 15 seconds. So that's why you might be wondering, why do we have a tornado warning right now and there's no actual tornado? Well, the thunderstorm environment is good for one, and the thunderstorm is actually exhibiting some of those characteristics that might drop one of those funnels, and it does not take very long. Can we pull that traffic cam back up, and we'll take a look up towards Newton right now. That circulation pulling in directly overhead at this stage. Yeah, I'm taking a look at this with you real time, and I'm going to pass this along to the Weather Service. Okay, so analyzing that for you, that circulation is directly coming in overhead. So if you are in Newton, continue to seek shelter. This one pushing to the north and east at about 15 miles per hour. Let's come back to my feed and I'll go ahead and get that track up for you. Newton, if this one continues to hold, way up in Laurel, technically outside of the tornado warned area at this point, but definitely is something to watch if this circulation can persist for you, and that would be up towards 343. Getting into Newton any moment with the area of concern. Fresh off some heavier rain that's punched through town, no doubt. But yeah, that circulation is stronger. Let's pull up the velocity signal and take a look at what we're looking at here with this. And yeah, there's definitely some pronounced brighter colors. I like to call this bright and tight. We're looking right next to each other. So from one of those little bins, those pixels, if you will, that you see of greens and reds, right across from each other, we have a difference of 60 miles per hour. That's what that gate-to-gate shear means out of this. So been watching the traffic cam coming in, looking east, or looking in from the east to the circulation that passes closer to Newton. You need to continue to be in your safe places here. So this is getting right about where we see the highway turn to the right in town. So this is entering the western side of town right there. You see Highway F48, but Highway 6 turns to the east and moves through Newton. That would be where that area of rotation is currently being noted. Let's go to that I-80 traffic cam once again. We'll pull that up. Yeah, there is some distinct lowering, but there's not any funnels associated with that. We'll continue to watch it for you closely. Back to my feed, down to Wapello County we go, and we'll get that view outside for you. With this, that is that wall cloud dipping down. No funnels at this point, but it definitely remains possible to be seen. The tornado activity is moving out of Wapello County, so we'd be mainly focused in on Keokuk County right now, and that lasts until 3:30. I need to get the speed of the storm before I put an accurate track. This one's moving much faster at 35 miles per hour, so I kind of have to switch around my tool here just a little bit to get the most accurate results for you. Moving north and east at 35 miles per hour. So Ollie at 257, this is going to be near you. Richland, you need to be seeking shelter. This will be in your area at about 305. And Keota, if this one continues to hold, it's going to be up around 319. So we'll continue to watch this. Let me get to the velocity signal. Is there a little bit of a lowering trying to get going there? Perhaps there is. Yeah, I'd say that's what we're looking at right there. Tough to tell, but any sort of little lowering out of this is definitely going to pique my curiosity. That we're looking at right there is the beaver tail. It's kind of the tail end of the wall cloud. The appendage I was focused on was a little bit off frame, just a touch. So this is the circulation I'm watching as it passes out of Wapello County, now technically into Jefferson County, but I'd especially watch the southeastern portion of Keokuk County for impact with this one passing through. So Wapello County, if you're in Ottumwa, you're fine. If you're in Compatine, this threat is down further to your south and east at this point. I think the area of interest is moving out of Wapello County towards Jefferson and Keokuk. Okay, back up into the Newton area we go. Let's go ahead and take that traffic cam feed real quick, and I'll get the radar set up the way I want to take a look at things for you. There you see that lowering. Right in the middle, right under the 2025 is kind of the most suspect area I'm watching here. Okay, I'm just kind of taking a look at this with you. It's tough to tell. It is at a distance, but that is going to be kind of the area as it passes under the date that we'd be watching, I believe, at this point. It is tough to tell. Let's go back to my feed on the radar here. So passing over Newton, this one's very slow at this point, but we do see that hook passing right over town. Continue to be in your safe place, please, if you are in Newton. Perhaps there's some smaller hail with this, but these aren't the big, robust supercells. These are almost miniature versions of them that we're tracking. Excuse me. It does look like that rotation has lost a little bit of luster in the last scan. That's some good news coming in there. I do see some pictures that I don't have privy to show you with distinct lowering over Newton, that wall cloud, and we kind of saw that on that traffic cam. The last scan definitely looks better here for that Jasper County storm. But you can see here with the shear tracks, this is kind of a history of that rotational component that we've been watching over the last 30 minutes. And I'll go ahead and take it to right now current, and as we transition to that, we have that latest blue right over Newton. And I think this is a scan behind, so hopefully the next scan of this will continue to take that blue off the map. That's always a good thing. We don't want to see those tornadoes form, never do, but that's the area that it is. Over Newton right now and pushing to the northeast. This one's a slower mover at 15 miles per hour. Just in case there's a few more communities that have popped into view here, I'll go ahead and pull up our track, and there's not. This is actually kind of just off in the area. If it deviates north a little bit, we'll see, I believe Laurel. Yeah, Laurel is going to be in this at 343. Okay, so we're getting out into some rural area. This is going to be passing north of Highway 6. The threat's North 19th Avenue on the north side of Newton and kind of east of Highway 14. If you're back to the west of Highway 14 within this warned area, I think you're fine. If you're in the center or eastern sections of Newton, continue to stay in your safe place here. So the immediate threat there is kind of passing between Highway 6 and North 19th Street in town. This warning lasts until 3:15. We've got eyes in the field. We're going to be tracking this for you very closely. 1 second here while we take a look. We have two of our chasers out in the field. We have Charlie Birdo. He is chasing some of the cells down south of Des Moines right now, which I kind of mentioned earlier if you've been watching this for a while. This outflow just kind of steals the thunder for tornadic potential out of these cells that are trailing. What I would watch here is maybe towards the Hartford area that's closer to that outflow boundary, and then Prairie City area. That's right up to where that outflow meets, so we'll watch that area too. The tornado warning down into southeast Keokuk County, just briefly on this until 3:30. Let me pull up our velocity signal on this. The strongest area of rotation that I'm going to be looking at right now, and we're sampling the Davenport radar at this point. So we have the greens running towards the radar, the reds are going away. This is just south of the Keokuk County line with Jefferson. If you are in Wapello County, significantly capable to say that that threat has left you. In fact, the latest tornado warning has now been canceled 10 minutes early. So that's good news. Checking in with our weather service, nothing significant there. You can join in the conversation on Facebook Live. I'm checking those comments as well. as we take a look at the situation, both the Chris Kubal meteorologist page and also Local 5. You can jump on and chat with us. You can also text your pictures or videos if you want to. That number will be popping up on screen. That number is 515-457-1026. We always want to hear from you, but please, we want to emphasize the safety here as we continue on. So all those avenues, I'm not seeing anything of significance I do want to bring up. Since we've taken the feed, let's go to it. This is going to be in northern Jefferson County, I believe, at the moment. Let me get down and see our location. So this is from the vantage point of southern Keokuk County. The area of interest we'd be watching is kind of just over my head here. Why don't I go ahead and take myself off the screen. So we'd be watching the rightmost portion of this feed for potential lowering. Looks like we're riding due east here, kind of in Martinsburg is where we have Ryan at right now. So we'd be watching, it looks like that velocity component has been lost a little bit on this, and actually, as I take a look, it looks like that warning may have popped off screen or been allowed to go early. So I'm not seeing it at this point. No, it looks like it's been wiped from our feeds. That's good. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning down into Davis County, the southeastern portion. This is also tagged as tornado possible, so let's analyze this for you. Again, emphasis into Jasper County. You need to continue to seek shelter. This is on the extreme southeastern edge of Davis County, so just west of Milton, and there is definitely a circulation in here, just like this. You see that loop that's happening. So if you're in Milton, south and east of Pulaski along Highway 2, you need to be seeking shelter there. Previously, tornado warned storm up over Wapello County has been canceled early. We're still watching this area coming out of Newton. We'll stay focused in on this one as we continue on with the coverage and track southeastern Wapello County as well at the same time. We'll keep tabs on that for you. This area of rotation coming out of Newton to the north and east at about 15 miles per hour. So heads up, northeastern section of Newton. I do think that we have significantly moved out of the Newton area, that if you are in the central part of town, you can come out of your safe place. I'm actually going to move the tilt up and see if we see that area. So yeah, the rotation is much better here as we jump the scan up. This is actually our 0.9 level that we're looking at. So we didn't see it actually on the lowest level. Here's that rotation. So the northeastern part of town, this is a little bit higher up. So we're going to be looking a few thousand feet up, but it most definitely is there. It's just a little bit higher. In the booth, you tracking those cams for me? Is there anything of note that I need to know of at this point? Okay. All right, so nothing of interest. We'll just go ahead and keep it like it is right here. As you noted, that 0.9 tilt, it's actually now a little bit weaker too, so I like the trend this is going on. I'm still concerned northeast of Newton, continue on into rural Jasper County. It does look like we're still hinting at the shear detection picking up some, and that's probably because of those higher levels that are in there. Okay. Excuse me while I take a little bit of a drink here. Okay, moving north and east, that's where we're at. Checking in with the National Weather Service here. There's no additional reports being passed along. Newton, especially central portion, you are in the clear. The threat is passing out north and east of town now at this point. That lowering is now kind of in the rain, or at least the camera we were using to get that vantage point is now in the rain, so we're not going to be able to see much of that at this point. If you do have any reports, you can text us, 515-457-1026. We will we only want you to do so in a safe manner. Of course, your safety is first and foremost here as we're tracking this storm. That well-pronounced hook, though, it is there. I'm going to check out the debris detection just to see if there's any signature of anything being lofted in the air, and there's not. What we'd be looking for out of this is the deep dark blues, and when we start to get into that color, that basically means that the shapes of what we're being picked up on radar is just kind of different sizes, all over the place in those sizes. So that gives us an indication that we have debris up there because raindrops, usually a pretty uniform size, so that would get us into that red color. And at this point, we're not seeing any of those deep blues, and that is good. Here's the hook. We'd be watching right here at the tip of it. Now, in the upper levels, this storm is tilted a little bit, so if I'm sampling the velocities a little bit higher up, we are going to see it move just a touch. This tornado warning is still in place. I'm going to tilt this radar beam up for you just a touch. Bear with me 1 second while I do so. So that rotation is better higher up. This is 1.9 tilt. It's higher up, but we are definitely seeing that right here. So there's the rotation. This is still happening higher up at a different elevation. Let me pull this up and we'll see just how high up this rotation is. So this rotation is coming in at about 7,000 feet high. So we're looking high up in that thunderstorm. Let's see, in the booth, can we pull up our finance cam? And I'm going to make sure it's pointed east just to see if what the structure of this storm is looking like back behind. So bear with me 1 second. I want to look to the east. Okay. If we can maybe work on getting that pulled up, we can at least look at the storm structure, and we're trapped in the rain out of Des Moines. Yeah, thank you so much for bringing that up. We're not going to be seeing all too much, though, back from this vantage point. There certainly is some rain in the Des Moines metro. You do not have that tornado threat, and really at this point you're not going to see one because the boundary of interest is further south and east at this point. So we'll be tracking over southeastern Iowa as we continue on. There's that hook. There has been some rotation being noted at this point. All right, in the booth, you want to pull up one of the latest hay markets coming in. There looks like it's kind of obscured. And we'll work on getting this up for you, but perhaps it was a little bit of a funnel popping down. Yeah, they're going to work on it and pulled up. What you're looking at here is a shear track. So this has been a little while ago now. This actually came to us just in the last couple of minutes, so I'm unsure on what time this vantage point was taken, and just let me know in the booth when you have it up. I'm going to focus more on the radar here for the time being. That next scan coming in, advancing the threat out of Newton. Now, I will say Newton, you're going to dive back into another strong thunderstorm. Perhaps there's some gusty wind in there as well, but the threat for the tornado continues to push north and east. The rotation has been noted at higher levels, not necessarily at that base level that I often look at when I'm assessing if there is some rotation. It looks like there is just a little bit. It's a bit offset more than I'd like to see. But yeah, north and east of Newton. Okay, here we go. This picture coming into view, and look in between the pole, the trees, I should say, kind of under the power line. There's that distinct lowering that's coming in. Doesn't look like we can enhance the picture any, but I do appreciate this report coming in. It looks like there was a slight little bit of lowering with that cell. Hey. In the booth. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, let's make sure that we can get the pictures only so we don't divulge personal information on air. So there it is. A little bit of, looks like it could be some lowering. It's really tough to tell, but this is out of Newton in that area that we've been watching for some possible rotation. All right, let's come back to my feed, and we'll continue to watch this coming in. Watching the velocity here as it is just northeast of town. There is a brighter little pulse, and this is going to be some stronger wind to watch, but that's the circulation right there northwest of Kellogg that we'll continue to watch. This warning lasts until 3:15, I do believe, and so this is pushing in the northeastern portion of the county. So it'll be approaching Highway 224. This is back to the west just a little bit. Okay, let's go ahead and pull this up. We're going to be looking at our traffic cam from Speedway Drive along I-80, particularly the top leftmost one. Now, they typically break these down if you want to look for that individual cam. It does look like that lowering on the top left. They're kind of on the Iowa Speedway one. So we'll watch that. I'll see if we can get this pulled up in the individual form. But for now, this is kind of where we're looking to the north right now of I-80, northwest of Kellogg, approaching Highway 224, and we're south of Highway 14. That velocity signal, we'll go back to it. If we're looking for it, it's right here. Let me check out those higher elevations, those higher tilts. Yeah, so it does kind of double back and curve to the north. And, you know, that's appropriate, that I'd expect with the storm structure out of this. So I'm rocking it back and forth between low and high. At this point, it's fairly broad. The Davis County Severe Thunderstorm Warning has been canceled early. I've been watching this box above me. That yellow is no longer there. And that one was moving out of the local 5 area, so that's why we've been kind of focused in on this cell over Newton. Let's go back to the shear tracks here. Do appreciate you as well providing real-time reports to us. But again, the emphasis on your safety is first and foremost. If you're in Newton, you're in the clear. You can come out from your safe point at this one. Did we just reissue? No, but it is still extending back over Newton to encompass that warning. We're looking at shear detection here. Let me pull you back. Newton, you are still technically in this tornado warned area, but the velocity, the area of interest I'm watching is more so way at the northeastern side of this box. This lasts until 3:15. So tracking those shear tracks, perhaps it's trying to spin up another little jobby back from the north and west, south and west, and that's why we're keeping this warning extended. Let me go back and analyze the radar here slightly for you. Some stronger wind is incoming into the Newton area too, perhaps up to 45 or 50 miles per hour. I'm not seeing any clear indicator. The area we'd be watching for the rotation is about right in this area. It's at those higher levels, and I'm not going to go to that just yet, but what I am going to do is pop up the stronger winds, or at least the automated sites that report winds for us, and see if there's anything of significance in here. Previously, it looks like we definitely had a wall cloud associated with this storm as it moved through. And as we saw from one of our viewers popping in, it did have a pronounced little lowering in here. Okay, that's going to be tough to see. Just going through some of those reports, again, coming in from you. Your safety first and foremost, but if you want to pass anything along to us, you can text us, 515-457-1026. That's the best way to get your information across to us. We're also tracking our Facebook live streams, Local 5 and Chris Kubal, meteorologist, if you want to drop a comment in there. No significant wind gusts coming in. This warning is continuing on through 3:15, and I believe they're keeping it on because there is a little bit of some general circulation passing through with this cell kind of tailing in. The original warning here was for this storm north of Kellogg, but there is a bit of some storm level rotation coming in that kind of, that's a driving factor of the storm itself, not necessarily a tornado circulation, but I think that's why we're carrying on with this one as we continue to take a look. Hey, let's go to Haymarket, that latest one coming in. No, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong feed. Yeah, we'll keep it here. We'll keep it here. I was mistaken. My apologies on that. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be towards the Waterloo and Cedar Rapids area. Little conga line of storms. Let's check in and just see if there's any suspect areas at this point. Get to the velocity and track. So perhaps a little bit of some minor spin towards the Greenfield area that would be associated with that little kidney bean that was showing up on the reflectivity. I'm just analyzing this real time with you. Keeping an eye on this. Some stronger wind gusts, I think, over Jasper County right now. That's probably the most intense storm. Down into southeastern Iowa, there's a few new warnings just outside the local 5 area. We'll continue to watch some of this. This is that kidney bean action that I'm watching, but this appears to me the boundary. It could be live right on the boundary. Here's the outflow boundary. Anything north of this, especially if it's significantly okay. Anything that is significantly removed from this boundary has a lesser chance to be tornado producer. Okay, 1 second. I have to clip over to a new mic. If you've been hearing, some popping, my apologies. We're going to work over to a new mic here, and I'm going to clip it on, and we should be good to go. Confirm. Are we good to go in the booth? All right, cool. Let me go ahead and sit back down here so we can continue to analyze the situation. I'll say there's near Resner, kind of that little appendage sticking out is piquing my interest. As it should. We'll want to keep an eye on this right here. This is strong outbound wind, and there's a little bit of that green component trying to poke back inwards. Let me switch bearings here. We're looking at the storm relative velocity. Yeah, there's definitely a strong outbound, and it's right up to that boundary that was kind of telling that we need to be cognizant of. So heads up there in the southeastern part of Jasper County. We do have a report from state troopers in Newton that there is some heavier weather occurring on the northeastern side of town, also causing some visibility issues. And I believe that's where we have the strongest winds with this. It's in the tornado. It's in the tornado warning. That is radar indicated, but I'm not seeing tornadic circulations. There's some stronger wind being noted in here. I'll mark some of these areas. 32, 22. It's actually not quite as robust as I was thinking. Let me get over to storm relative so we can get the storm movement taken into account on this. 33 miles per hour and 28. Okay, watching this area, I'll pull up the shear. Resner, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, but yeah, there is a little bit of that dark blue showing up, denoting some of that shear that we're concerned with. So we'll watch that. The tornado warning is more so up to the north and east at this point. And this is going to continue on through 3:15. Let me go over some of the watches that we have in place right now. I'll back this view out, and you're going to see in yellow, this is a tornado watch. This is going to last until 8 o'clock tonight on the northern edge. I believe that is going to last until 9 o'clock, yes. On the northern side, 9 o'clock, a severe thunderstorm watch. So the difference here that we're watching with the storms, they're more elevated on the northern edge, and they have a less likely capability of producing tornadic activity. And there is still some activity back to the west towards Carroll, and this may continue to fill in. So also there's this potent front edge. This is all surface-based activity until I think around the Des Moines metro. It's kind of back from this boundary right here, and so that kind of tends to elevate it. It takes a lot of that tornadic threat away, and then this probably the cell back over Adair County, maybe closer to being surface-based, and then we'll watch the development down into southern Iowa, closer to Highway 2 as well. Okay, let's zoom in over Tama County because the warning is out ahead, right? But not over Tama County. And the difference maker here is going to be that this is the difference between two different National Weather Service offices. So perhaps there's some stronger wind tucked away in here over Tama County. If I'm looking at it, it's north of Toledo towards the Traer area, Cloutier as well, Garwin, probably some stronger wind in here. And this warning that's out further to the east, say towards Vinton, this is going to be for wind gusts potential to 60 miles per hour and sub-severe hail. So there's concern, some differences between the National Weather Service offices, it appears. So watch over Tama County. You definitely have a strong thunderstorm in play and potentially some stronger wind in there. We'll keep it with the tornado warning at this point. In the booth, do we have any cameras of note that we can take that shows significance? Okay, I'm going to take our Knoxville cam, and I'm actually going to move it a little bit to the right. It appears there is a little bit of some lowering coming in. 1 second while I grab access to this camera. There's a little bit of some lowering here to watch. Let's zoom in and see if it's anything organized. Okay, let's pull this back down. So this is our newest Sky Tracker 5. This is actually at the Knoxville Raceway. As I analyze this, it's at the boundary. We're looking north and west of town. I don't have any big circulations as I look at the radar picture that's I'm concerned with. In fact, the storms in this area are rather lackluster. So it does appear that there is a bit of some lowering there, looking a little gnarly on our Knoxville camera. But at this stage, I'm not seeing any significant rotation or significant storms on radar. It's just something that caught my eye. There is a couple of lowering, but it appears to be very scuddy, and just some stratocumulus, the updraft portion, the development of the storm. SCUD, stratocumulus updraft development. Scud. Tornado warning until 3:15, and once this expires, if we don't have any warnings in play at the moment, we'll go back to our programming here on Local 5 and continue to track. So this tornado warning will expire at 3:15. It'll be allowed to expire. They'll be watching the newest development, the National Weather Service, that is, just to the south, towards Resner and Kilduff, in case we need to watch. So it's this southern appendage, and about 5 minutes ago, that's the area I said, that looks a little suspect to me. So we'll continue watching. It's strong on the outbound with the wind near Galesburg. Let me elevate the tilt here just a little bit. Yeah, it does get some better storm scale rotation here as I elevate up. So that's what we're seeing right here. I'll highlight that. So I'm elevated way high up in the sky. This is not at the ground level, but the ground level does have some strong outbound winds. We'll see if it can tap into the updraft. That is that warm, muggy air that's feeding it. It's right on the boundary, so this would be the area to watch. This tornado warning is allowed to expire, so we're watching this southern area. Okay, we'll get a wide look on things. We have a tornado warning down towards Keosauqua at the very bottom right of the main screen there, and then a severe thunderstorm warning just above that, coming out of Tama County with a strong thunderstorm that actually turns severe thunderstorm warned as it moves out of the Local 5 area. That is for the same storm. It's just kind of a difference. Is it or is it not? We're kind of on that teetering point of the thresholds of wind that make us concerned with this activity. Okay, so we're continuing to track some activity here behind the scenes. I'm just going through everything just to make sure, covering our bases across all the storms before I let us go here. So let's go ahead and loop this quickly over the last 3 hours. You see the development. Especially interested in watching this boundary and any storm that can get tapped in along it. That's going to be the most likely to produce a tornado. Nothing coming in out of the southwestern metro. We'll continue to track that, but especially back here west of Creston as well. Anything that can get going along this boundary has the most liable opportunity to produce a tornado. There is certainly a hook there again south of Newton. Let me check the velocity here before we let you go. And I'm not seeing a significant couplet at this time. So we are void of any significant warnings at this point in the Local 5 area. We're going to recap the severe watches we have in place, and we'll get you back to programming. Tornado watch until 8 o'clock for the yellow counties. I will say the threat for Des Moines is significantly diminished for a tornado, more so off to the south and east for the reasons I just explained. Over northern Iowa, there is a severe thunderstorm watch in place until 9 o'clock, and while the details of that won't sample, it does go until 9 o'clock. The storms there will be more elevated in nature. We're going to get you back to programming here. I am Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal. We'll be tracking the situation for you very closely here in the Weather Lab. Thanks for joining us for this extended storm coverage. And if need be, if we see the threat, we'll be back on right here with you on Local 5. We'll continue the stream, as always, on We're Iowa Plus. You can track us there, YouTube, our social medias as well. That stream is going to continue on if you'd like to join us there. I'm Chris Kubal. You stay safe here this evening. Our threats are not done just yet. Out into this area, but we do have confirmation from Taylor County Emergency Management that there at least has been a tornado. I'm not saying it's currently on the ground, but this was what triggered the tornado. A tornado right along the cold front at the tail end of this line of storms. Now I'll tell you, it is not much to be watching for the circulation that I'm watching, and we are looking at a great distance away from the radar. At our base level, the area we're watching here, this is 8,000 feet up. So we are looking at actually the mid-levels of this thunderstorm because of the distance it is away from the radar picture. Okay, but the area of interest I'm definitely going to be watching. There's two areas. So we do have kind of cyclonic circulation counterclockwise right here, and perhaps a little bit of a cyclonic one here too. Hasn't been mentioned which way this is spinning, but definitely something in here to consider. There's kind of two separate areas to watch at this point. Okay, so this one is moving up to the north and to the east. I want to get bearings on just how fast this is moving here real quick. So this is impacting that pink area, the shading. So towns like Gravity need to be seeking shelter for this possible tornado. This was moving to the east and north and east at 15 miles per hour. So we'll go ahead and estimate that area. Gravity, you need to seek shelter. Just off your northern edge, it looks like Bushville in Sharpsburg, you see noted here. 433 expected with this one in Bushville, and then 447 as we get into Sharpsburg. It's really not much to look at when it comes down to the rotational component, but definitely we are looking at the scenario here that has given us a tornado down on the ground. No chasers in this area. And we're looking at this one popping up, and there's also no shear detection here either. So as we go back to the radar picture, that southern end of the line is where the tornado is. It has been confirmed by emergency management. And there's also some very heavy rain on the south and southeast side of the Des Moines metro. Now, this area in the green does not have any observed flash flooding at this point, but this was definitely an area that was hit harder earlier today, and that has given us the concern here with training thunderstorms into this vicinity that there could be some flash flooding on the way. So that's also the other component that we're going to continue to track as we continue on. Real briefly here, I'm going to take you over to the web page, and what we're looking at, and I'm going to blow this up ever so slightly so we can take a little bit of a closer look. Over southwestern Iowa, you can see that bullseye. This parameter here is what we call the non-supercell tornado parameter. So this is actually kind of right along the cold front and back to the northwest. It's not the best for the supercell tornadoes, but we do note that there's a lot of low-level spin in here. And notice that it's bullseyed over that southwestern Iowa area. And so we'll be watching for what we would call land spout tornadoes to try to form through this. And I think that's what we have. So we have a lot of low-level stretching, but not the rigorous updraft that we normally associate with these classic supercellular thunderstorms, which we had earlier. If you remember on a coverage, if you join us about an hour ago, Wapello County and then up through Jasper County, those were supercell tornadoes. And just briefly here, we've switched it to radar indicated, so we must be getting some information from emergency management that this one has lifted, but we'll continue to watch it. That threat is there. If you're in northwestern Taylor County within that warned area, please seek shelter for a possible tornado warning. I'm going to go back here to the web browser, and one thing I want to briefly do is I want to check out the significant tornado parameter. And notice here over eastern Iowa, let me see if you can still see that. Yep. Over eastern Iowa, that's where the best supercell parameter is coming in at. So it's kind of a blend where we run out of the best updraft to be using as we move from east to west. Now, I don't expect you to understand everything that I'm pinning up, but I do want to give you a little bit of a method to the madness here that I'm looking at. I'm analyzing the radar real time along with you. So northwestern Taylor County, this is moving north and east at about 15 miles per hour. So this was confirmed tornado on the ground just prior to 4 o'clock. And at this point, we don't have any storm chasers down into this area, but I am always monitoring the feed. If you are in either of these vicinities, in the flash flood warning or the tornado warning, that is a signal that we have something of significance happening really all around us into both of those areas. So 2 distinctly different threats at this point. And on that flash flooding risk in the booth, if you can work on getting Alex Fulton up and ready to take to air, we'll let him talk about what he's seen. He's actually situated down near Pella for us, and he's under one of those thunderstorms at this juncture. And so if we can get him up and going, we'll talk to Alex too, let him talk about what he's seen as well. I'm continuing to watch some of our chaser feeds. We do have a couple in across the state, one in the Des Moines area right now, and one down over southeastern Iowa. So we'll continue to monitor that. First and foremost, this tornado warning is kind of the top of mind. A land spout tornado being confirmed by emergency management. We'll go over to the velocity picture. There is some anticyclonic movement on the north side of this, so we'll have to watch that. This is a little bit more potent. It's actually backwards from really 98% of the tornadoes that we talk about, but there certainly is some circulation there. And if we line it up with the radar, it looks like it's not the area being warned at this juncture. So something we're watching, there's some anticyclonic rotation with this. I believe it's at the thunderstorm level that's helping to sustain this one, but there's also a little bit of a kidney bean action going on the south side here. So we're looking north of Newmarket. As we zoom in, see if we can get any of the smaller villages to pop up. So this is going to be near Gus. You need to be seeking shelter. That rotation's to your south. A couple of miles south of 130th Street in there. So this is going to be probably closer to 150th or so as we move southwards into this area. Northwest of Gravity. Gravity, I think you're far enough away from that circulation that you are okay. But this one certainly got interesting real quick. Probably 2 areas to watch now that I just kind of put that into motion. But south of Gus and they're north and west of Gravity, and this continues to move north and east. I don't have anything for significant shear. The only shear, the spinning that we've been seeing in the atmosphere has been up near the Greenfield and Winterset area, but that is really convoluted and cut off from any significant inflow to help sustain that long-lived. While we're on this, let's talk about the wind flow here, or excuse me, the inflow of thunderstorms across southern Polk, northern Warren, Madison, and the sliver of Dallas County that's included on that. Let's take a look at the rainfall here just in the last 6 hours, and then I'll transition to what we've seen over the last 24 hours because some of these areas have been heavily impacted by rain. So radar estimates just to the east of Norwalk, hitting the south side of Des Moines, that'd be about the Highway 5, US 65-69 interchange, that there's some amounts of rainfall getting close to 3 inches of rain. Now, what I'm going to do is pull up the last 24 hours and include everything that happened from last night included in on that. Now, estimates of 6 inches of rainfall in this area in the last 24 hours. So we can't absorb too much more. We'll be watching for localized river rises. And also, that training thunderstorm activity that is back further to the west. So slipping up from the south and west, I'm actually going to take the warning off the screen here briefly so we can get a sense on how everything is moving. And we'll just loop the last hour. And you notice there's a little conga line of thunderstorms back in here from the north and west. Okay, we're joined by Alex Fulton. He is situated into Pella. There is some pretty heavy rainfall coming into the Pella area right now. And I had seen a message from you, Alex, that you're talking about some of that standing water. What can you tell us down there?
Yeah, Chris, so right now we are on University Street in Pella, and we've definitely been seeing some pooling kind of on the sides of the roads, especially on the Main Street area, some cars that are just kind of splashing water as they drive past that. Just an inch or two, nothing significant, but yeah, certainly want to keep an eye on that water just in case it rises. Obviously, like you said, there's a lot of rain in this area that's been coming down here and there. On our way over on 163, it was coming down pretty hard. We actually had to, slow down a few times here and there, especially because it was coming down and we couldn't really see too much. So, certainly if you are driving home this evening, you certainly want to take some caution as you're driving home. And, if you do start seeing those intense showers, take your time. We are seeing some pooling right now on the sides of the streets. Again, just seems to be about an inch or two, nothing super significant, but something to keep an eye on as you are hitting the roads.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex. I appreciate that.
For now.
Thank you so much for being out there in the field. He's out there monitoring the situation with the storms that are ongoing. As we come back to my feed, you can see that storm report of a confirmed tornado there that is officially out of Clarinda north and east. So it looks like there was a brief touchdown of a tornado over Page County. We have since gone red, and when we see that the warning goes red, this is no longer confirmed on the ground. It means radar indicated at this point. We also have our West Des Moines Sky Tracker 5 lined up just above me. And I'm going to reposition that camera here real quick as we take a look at this tornado warning. If you are in the northern sections there, northwestern sections of Page County, that is the area we want to keep a close track on. This area, a brief landspout tornado is what we saw come in out of that area. Basically, the formation is a little bit different when we're talking about the classic supercell tornado formation. Now, it does look like we have a more of a concise hook that has developed here in the last few minutes. So let's go over to our velocity picture and take a peek on what we have going on at this page. Just in case you have any information for us. Now, first and foremost, your safety is number one for us, but we are always monitoring our means of communication with you, the viewer. If you have any reports you'd like to pass along with us, you can do so by sending us a text with a picture, video, or any reports. 515-457-1026 is the best way to do that. We're also streaming online, social media, Facebook Live, Chris Kubal Meteorologist, or Local 5, We Are Iowa, Local 5 Facebook page, and on YouTube. You can catch us on those streams there. So we're constantly watching for anything coming in from you, but of course, your safety is number one. On this velocity signal, the green is denoting wind that is going towards the radar. So we are getting a more defined evolution of the velocity, and the red is going away. So we're looking at an area north and west of gravity at the moment. Should this continue on, this would be eyeing the Holt area. It looks like that this is moving a bit more north of east. I would put the trajectory here as this continues on. This would actually get very close to Lenox as well in the northern part of Taylor County. So that's what we're looking at here. Holt, this would be in your vicinity by 4:45. Mercer, we definitely be watching it to get into your area as well. So if you are in that tornado warned area, you need to be seeking shelter for a tornado trying to line up. I'm going to back up to the wide view here just briefly and show you that radar picture. Lightning is going to be on this activity, so we'll see sometimes the correlation of lightning intensity can lead to some of the strongest thunderstorms. And notice there's not a lot of lightning in association with this tornado warned storm. But we are certainly seeing quite a bit coming in over Madison County, down into Union County. You get over to Sheraton and Albia, there are some stronger storms in place right now. One second here while I analyze something just off screen. Okay, there's, as the wind gusts come up, there's one suspect area here as this one is crossing into Clark County from Union County, right at the county line, and I think we may be able to see it on the next scan. There is a little bit of a pinpointed area of shearing to watch right here northwest of Murray. So we'll keep a close eye on that one for you as we continue on. Definitely a signal that there was a brief funnel coming in, and it briefly touched down there in the northwestern portion of Taylor County. This tornado warning continues until 4:30. Just a train of thunderstorms moving in over southern Iowa. We're going to see some big time rain numbers come in from this activity. And we're going to continue to monitor it. So some radar estimates, already 3 inches of rain over the last few hours over the south side of the metro. And we're going to continue to add on to it. Should we continue to see that continuous rainfall, we are going to see, eventually, we are going to be seeing some of the flash flooding conditions come to fruition. Now, so far, this is radar indicated. I'm actually going to pull up some of those details here on this flash flood warning. This is until 10 o'clock. It's radar indicated and gauge indicated. So just looking at the National Weather Service relaying some of the information that we just can't take too much more rainfall. Concern is there for Walnut Creek, 4 Mile Creeks in the Des Moines Metro to create some issue there. It does look like the highest rain is kind of in the south side of that basin. And so we'll watch areas, maybe the north and middle river into portions of Warren County. So this flash flood warning does go to 10 o'clock, and we'll be monitoring that. So far, it is radar indicated. Let's see if we have any new data coming in from this warning on the velocity signal down into our southern, southwestern Iowa, Taylor County, with the rotation right there. It's now up on screen, or it should have been, but it didn't take. Here we go. Now it's coming up into view. Still some general area of rotation here. This was a brief landspout tornado that we had confirmation of. So this is the concern now. Just this one area. We've struggled to grow up into the big classic supercell structures. We have had some mini supercells to watch in here. Just north of Murray, there's a little bit of a suspect area to watch. I'll keep a close eye on that for us, but there's definitely some area of rotation there. Just north of Murray and northwestern Clark County. Not a huge hook or echo or anything like that on that activity, but there's definitely a lot of thunderstorms moving through. Back to the west towards Sheraton and the Albia area, there is some heavier pockets of rain being known. Let's check out the velocities here, see if there's any suspect areas popping in. Some storm scale rotation. It looks like maybe on the Lucas and Monroe County line area, there's some broad scale rotation happening here. And I actually just got the next scan of data on my radar product. I keep glancing to off to the side here, and it looks like it is broadened up significantly. It is in the heart of the rain, so not ideal to spin up any tornado. I can't say it can't happen, and there is a new tornado warning until 4:45 north of Murray. So that's that circulation I was just watching for you. That's why we don't keep it on one tornado warning the entire time. We want to be able to observe and take a look at what's going on everywhere. So this is that area of rotation here. This is radar indicated north of Murray. That's going to be the concern. I'll come out to the reflectivity, sample the data for you, and we'll put a track on this one where it's going. It looks like it's headed about due east. This tornado warning goes until 4:45. And we'll see how fast this one is moving, and we'll put a track on it for you. So this one is moving east at about 25 miles per hour. Okay, track coming up here. At 25 miles per hour, this cuts across the northern portion of Clark County. Jameson would be next in line, just within the next few minutes. Continuing on closer to I-35 as we move about 4:52, 4:53. Liberty at 4:59. And should this continue to hold well on down the line, we get to J at 5:06, and then Norwood, that would get into Lucas County by 5:20. So we had that suspect area of shear. I actually had kind of a TVS signature pull up on my radar just off screen that alerted me to that rotation, about 5-7 minutes or so ago. So that stands for tornado vortex signature, basically the parameters within the radar data detecting some of that stronger shear. And that's exactly what we're seeing just north of Murray, with that strong area of rotation coming into view. Okay, so we are dealing with our eyeballs right now. I think this is the biggest concern at the moment, but let's go ahead and check back down into Taylor County. This warning going for another 8 minutes. At this point, I'm not seeing the indications that would lead me to believe that they're going to continue this one on long-lived. But there is still some broad rotation being noted here northwest of gravity. And it's now moving about due east, perhaps just a slight little northern component of it. So this warning will continue on through its duration because of this bit of rotation. This did have a confirmed tornado on it. And it looks like where this placement of that tornado marker is, this was technically off in DuPage County, just outside of the local 5 area. We did have a brief touchdown at 3:52 back near Newmarket. As always, if you have a report you'd like to pass along to us, you can do so. Just text the number that's going to come up on your screen, 515-457-1026. Your safety is first and foremost. Can't emphasize that enough for you. We want you to stay safe, but if there's any reports you want to pass along, not only just on these 2 tornado warnings that we're now covering, but really anywhere across central, southern Iowa, we have a whole slew of a mess over eastern Iowa. That's some gnarly stuff building out towards the Quad Cities area. A lot of flash flooding occurring out that direction, or possibly to occur, the signal for it, and we'll watch the South Metro as this heavy round of rain continues to cycle through. Let's go back to the rotational tracks. Just above me, there is an incoming storm into West Des Moines. It's sub-severe, but there is some heavy rain associated with it. We'll keep that feed up there as well, just so we have some situational awareness as this one rolls into the metro. But any of the rotation we've been seeing has been down to the south towards the Murray area. Unfortunately, no chasers in this vicinity at this point. But we are always continuing to watch it. We do have people out into the field. Our chasers, they're tracking things for us very, very closely. All right, so northwestern Clark County is the most interesting cell at the moment to watch. I just saw another suspect area, but it's not in the prime location. I will go ahead and show you it anyways. So this would get back closer to the Maxburg area. It's kind of a conglomeration of cells kind of merging together, but it is giving a little bit of some spin coming out near the Maxburg area. That is one thing I'll be watching as we continue on through the next few minutes. Very difficult to pinpoint it on this, but I am getting the indicators off screen here that this would be an area to watch. It's not the most favored environment, but we'll watch it for you. Here's the velocity signal. I'm going to back it up so we can catch our bearings. Boy, this definitely turned on us here in the last few. We'll continue to watch that, but the shear has been fairly strong just a couple of miles north of Murray. Moving about 2-3 miles north, continually pointing out some of that strongest shear, and this is the history over about the last 30 minutes or so. That's where the best activity is right now in northeastern Clark County. This is continuing to move off to the east at about 25 miles per hour. So I showed you that area back west of Maxburg, kind of as I was watching. There is some shearing that is ongoing there. So there's a few areas of interest to watch. The latest data north of Murray is a little bit more washed out, and we saw that on the velocity signal, the latest one to come through. Just got a fresh update off the screen here, and so we'll get this update coming in just a minute, but it does show a little bit more peaking in the inbound winds that feed into this thunderstorm. I'll back it up so I can show it to you a little bit better here. The inbound winds to this thunderstorm, the greens that are heading to the north and east, the reds are going away. That's the area that we're tracking. Okay, well, we'll just widen out the view. We'll go check in down into Taylor County. Looks like there's still some broad rotation there. Very small and concise tornado warning. It actually looks like these storms are struggling to sustain themselves, except for this southernmost one. This one is going to be expiring here in just 3 minutes. Originally did have a confirmed tornado off of it, but no longer at this point. Clark County appears to be the most interesting to me and the most concerning when it comes down to it. So anyone in the red shaded area, what you need to do is be seeking shelter for a possible tornado. Lowest level, most interior room of your dwelling, that's the place to be for a possible tornado here. This is radar indicated. A radar-indicated tornado for northwestern Clark County, moving to the east at about 25 miles per hour. So this storm, it pulsed up pretty bright, and that's right when we're kind of watching for this area right here. This pulsed up with some tight gate-to-gate shear. So right next to it, those bins, those pixels, really tight, 64 miles per hour over a short distance. This was rotating around on us. The last scan wasn't too impressive, but it is definitely still there as an area of interest to watch. Okay, I'm going to forward on, get up to current, and we should be expecting another radar scan here any moment. But this area I'd be concerned with is right about here, north of Murray by a few miles. And it's not to say that this can't meander around a little bit. These small circulations can sometimes move as we work our way down through the atmosphere. We have to remember that we are sampling these storms fairly high, about 7,500 to 8,000 square feet high. So this particular storm is kind of interacting with multiple different thunderstorm boundaries in here. It's kind of congealing into a line where this cell was a little bit more individual when this warning came out. So when this warning came out at this point, it's been about 15 minutes or so ago, it was looking a little bit more individual in terms of a cell. So no longer with any tornado warning down into Taylor County. That has now expired since we have reached 4:30. Northern Murray County looks the most menacing at this point as it pertains to the particular thunderstorm interactions that can spin up a tornado. We'll go to shear detection, and there's still a couple of bits being noted. And then you note that activity back to the west between Maxburg and Orient. It's not in the best location on the thunderstorm level, but there is certainly some shearing effect going on just outside on the backside of that thunderstorm. So it's not ideal. Always watching for you. We are due for a new scan here. We're running about every 5 minutes before we get scans. So let me see what the latest data is now. We're due for a new one. I still haven't got it yet. It looks like there may be a little bit of some circulation there. I'm just analyzing the radar along with you. Okay, so while we wait for that scan to come in, I'm going to go up here into Polk County and continue to track the heavy rainfall that's in here. Let's go to those precip estimates that are up here. So east of Norwalk, closer to Highway 5 and 65, 69, 3 1/4 inches. Once we get to that orange shading, that denotes rainfall north of 3 inches. So we're starting to see that now. Let's go to our observed rainfall from Des Moines International. That's a little bit further north, but over the last 24 hours, 2 inches. Ames has come in close to 3 inches. Same goes for Marshalltown. There's certainly been some streaks of some very heavy rainfall in here. Tornado warning is continuing for northwestern Clark County as it does get trimmed up just a little bit. We're riding right on the northern edge of it. I'd say right in here at that crook, that short little bit of a hook that's trying to pulse out on us. So let's go over to our velocity signal and see what we have. Okay, I'm just going to back this up and take a look. The peaking right in here is what has me the most interested. Another little pulse right here. So we are getting south of Truro, and while you're not in the warning specifically, the area of circulation northern Clark County towards the Truro Highway. Its warning goes until 4:45, and we've been seeing a lot of little small, but at times bursts of some stronger rotation. The latest signal is not the strongest overall when it comes down to it for the velocity. In fact, the latest scan, we'll get that coming in here that I'm looking at off screen, is a little bit weaker, but we'll keep it here through the duration of this tornado warning. There's a lot of rainfall up into northern Iowa. I will tell you, we don't have the instability to be able to pulse this up to create a significant tornado risk. We're going to see the tornado energy build in. It's loading in some time worth of data. So I'm actually backing it up, getting to current. You notice how it goes from those bright yellows. There is a cold front running right here. So north of that, those thunderstorms tend to elevate, and quite literally the space between them, the bottoms of the clouds elevate higher into the sky, and the atmosphere below is more stable. So it's hard to get a tornado genesis to develop into those areas through that stable layer of air. Just a couple of areas I'm looking at from the wide scale. Looks like we have some broad rotation down over Monroe County, northwest of Albia as well at this point. Let me go ahead and just pull the scope out. Okay, so we're watching this little hook right in here just south and west of La Villa. That is some broad but stronger rotation aloft in the sky, and we're seeing the shear detection start to bullseye just a little bit of that activity as well. Back where this tornado warned storm is, the latest shear detection in association with this is rather weak comparatively to what it was. We'll look at the history of things. And this was definitely stronger before it fell off. And so it's no longer quite as strong. We'll keep it with you for the duration of this warning until we get confirmation from the National Weather Service that this is no longer the threat in here. But as we look at the velocity, it is a little bit muddier and tough to see, but I would be watching right here. This is more of a headbutting situation where the green is moving towards Des Moines and the red is moving away from Des Moines, so it's actually punching right into each other right there. Let me raise up the radar beam just a little bit. And so higher up, you can see the clear rotation a little bit better. This is that rotation right there, but this is higher up scanning the storm. So down to the ground, you can see a lot of different things happening, and we're only getting a look up through about 7,000 feet or so. Underneath that is unsampled. That's why it makes our storm spotters out in the field so important to us when it comes down to it. So we're tracking the situation. You can join in on the conversation on Facebook Live via the We Are Iowa Local 5 page, or Chris Kubal, meteorologist. You can jump in there if you have any reports to pass along, or we can just text it to us if you have information you think is important to get out to the general public. Just text 515-457-1026. Of course, do it safely. Your safety is first and foremost to us. This warning will go on for another 7 minutes or so. We're continuing to track this area in the northern part of Clark County. And if you're in this tornado warned area, continue to seek shelter, particularly, I'm going to say, right in this section here. So the rightmost quadrant, or the rightmost half of this tornado warning. It's generally rural area northeast of Murray, south of Truro. And I would say watch right through here just outside of the warning where this kind of hooks around. That is kind of the key area that I'd be looking for on the radar picture for it to pop and up. So yeah, it looks like it's starting to push out of that tornado warning onto the north side and crossing over into extreme southeastern Madison County. So kind of south of Truro, west of New Virginia. This is approaching I-35 within the next 5 minutes. So getting out of that warning box. Heavy rain continues to be a major issue. Thankfully, it looks like a lot of it is trying to shift south into this flash flood warned area. Let me go ahead and pull this up. So yeah, it looks like what was back west may be actually fading away. So that's a good thing we need to see. We definitely have seen too much rainfall in the Des Moines metro in the last 18 hours or so. Since last night, a lot of rainfall in here. And there's a lot of rain out towards Knoxville and Oskaloosa, the Pella area right now. Some strong storms possible in this vicinity. Let me check in on the velocity. We were watching one area north of Albia, pretty broad at this stage. La Villa is where that broad rotation would be overhead. And if there's some gusty winds, it's probably over you at this point. Near Marysville. So we're getting on the rural area along Highway 5, La Villa, through Indiana, Attica, Bussey. Some heavy rain, some gusty wind, up through Layton and Harvey and Pella. And then we start getting into flash flood warnings back into eastern Iowa. And it is just an absolute mess with thunderstorms. Some big time severe weather unfolding out into eastern Iowa right now with some major thunderstorms. Severe thunderstorm watch up into northern Iowa. That's going to be showing up into pink. Tornado watch until 8 o'clock in yellow. And we're especially watching the southeastern portion of Iowa for the best dynamics to really get going here. Okay. So we're watching that in southeastern Iowa, but it's really become cluttered with a lot of different cells at this point. So getting some confirmation that our tornado warning will expire and the threat has diminished out of northwestern Clark County. I'm going to get set here for Local 5 at 5 o'clock. Of course, I'm watching this situation for you very closely, but National Weather Service has deemed that the threat is no longer viable there in northwestern Clark County, so the warning will expire as planned at 4:45. For all intents and purposes, we can say it's canceled at this point. Tracking that flash flood warning for you as well very closely. We're going to get ready for Local 5 at 5 o'clock. I'm Chris Kubal. We'll keep you updated here in the Local 5 Weather Lab. Especially over southern southeastern Iowa, we do have a flash flood warning in place for southern Polk,